Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Oh my god, I forgot to fill my water. You ever play Will's song? Who's Will's? I gave that to you. God damn. Even I don't. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-da-da. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Wait, they have a song called Will's? What are you talking about here? I'm not connected right now. Oh, Will's song. I was like, okay, okay. Now okay. The yeah, you missed the what do you call that? A fucking apostrophe. I I, I read that differently. I actually never heard it. Ooh. Whoa. Oh my. Okay. Oh, the timing. Oh, that's nasty. I like it. Oh my god, the timing. It keeps changing. Oh my. Oh. Oh, you might gonna make me actually learn this live. What? They keep changing the timing every 2-3 bars. I like this. My ADHD loves this. Like they keep going back and forth between 6/8 and 7/8. And I go to the 9/8, back to 7/8. Like, what? Oh, this is crazy though. Whoa! Saints! Okay, what? I didn't hear the TTS. Oh, you just said no. Okay, probably didn't register. Scammed! Saints with a 69. What the hell? There's a lot of fucking ones. Thank you. Appreciate it. What's up? How you doing, Saints? What the hell is this 69 out of nowhere? Oh, I want to pick up my guitar now. What have you done, David? Oh, what have you done? Hmm. What have you done? Always scammed. Unfollowed. Match now. Someone actually used the match now. Bliss. Oh my god, dude. Okay, can I loop that one more time? Oh, what have you done, David? What have you done? Oh, I shoulda. Oh my god. To be fair, I haven't listened to the In Contact album other than the Dream the Dead. I only stopped there. So the rest of the album for In Contact I have not heard at all. Yes, I'm constantly to get off this guitar addiction. I mean, if it's good, you know. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. I need to at least. Hold up, hold up. Okay. Oh my god, the timing. Okay, that's off. Okay, we don't need the audio. What? Oh my god, my brain's so confused. Da, 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 da. Okay, I need to draw first. Oh, let me just. Sadly, this song plays a lot of a 7 string, which I don't have. But I can trick it out by playing the 5th string. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna learn this in the free time. Thank you. I need to. You know what? I'm gonna save the whole album as a playlist. I'm gonna listen to it in my free time. The whole album. Probably tomorrow. I'm gonna listen to it. Save me. I've been listening to a lot of the Bloom album instead. I listened to the whole album and I like what, seven of them. One like Bloom, Marigold, Russ, Firelight, Turntail. Those are the one that I actually learned the guitar as well. I'm also surprised that Caligula's horse is available on Osu. It's actually impressive. Is there a lot of hacking? Usually hacking is a lot more popular than Caligula's horse. Okay. Let's actually listen to something else. I found this another band today that sounds something like a fellow prog metal, and they're a little bit more fast. I guess, I don't know. They call it Arcane, but they sounds pretty fucking cool. It had a similar sounds as Caligula's, Haken, you know, or textures. Always progressive metal, but where's conservative metal? We do not talk about the conservative metal. Oh, oh my fucking god. All right, refresh. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Blessed thee. Oh my god. The L is capital. There we go. Who asked fire? Finally have Lily in the chat. Let's fucking go! Yep. Sorry. They're almost the same Evon. It's literally the same cat. It's Jig's cat. Oh my god, it's amazing. We need to incorporate more Lily into an emote. What is from 2013? So what is from 2022? Woo! Different age. Queen Lily is so young. Oh my god. Doesn't look aged at all. Oh my god. What is her secret? Hmm. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. boom, boom. Right, do you remember Pengoose? I think you used to watch him. Pengoose? I don't think so. If we're talking about streamer, I know Pengu, not Pengoose. Who is Pengoose? Do you know that I watch him? If it's like long time ago, then I don't remember. If it's recently, might be mixed up of name. So what about it? Can I just ask me and then leave me hanging? Now I'm curious. Oh, is he buffering again? Just remember you or someone who were watching him. I know Dave did. Then maybe it's Dave? Could be mixed up. But yeah, what's up? Why are you bringing it up? Usually, if you bring it up, there's got to be something about the person or the news. If you think it's not me, then it's okay. Must be mixed up. He got doxxed and nukes himself from the internet? So I'm just trying to remember who knows him. Ah. Well, it's unfortunate. Kind of shucks. I mean, if it's a long time ago, like not recently, then I might not remember. You know? But yeah. That's unfortunate though. Imagine doxing. Yikes. Yikers. Doxers who hurt you, I know, right? Sorry. God, why is it so hard to adjust? Okay, the eye's way too big. Male drawing alert? What do you mean? This is rain. I love the fact that you picked it up like that. That means it's working. This rain does have a more, you know, edgy looking. It's got the emo boy vibe. Mm. 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 Bam, 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 ba-dum. Saved. Hmm? Oh god. Boom wham, boom wham, boom wham, boom wham. I think today I'm gonna practice like faces and stuff. Sweater, yes. Okay, now I kind of see the issue with my face stuff. I think. Not quite sure. Okay, let me see if I can disable this. Turn this back on to a little bit more. Compare. Alright. If I put this a little bit up, you're wrong. And then for this part, might want to raise it. Oh, best part of the song. Oh! Oh! Okay. Wait a minute. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. The dynamic of the face suddenly changes. Huh? Okay. I heard what your issue with your face. Yeah, there's a few. Oh! No, that's not what I meant. Hold up. Like, you see the difference between the two? Hold up. You know what I'm talking about? You know where I'm going with this? Hmm. Interesting. Is this not about which one is the right one kind of thing? It's more of a uh proportion, I guess. Base proportion. The right one makes it looks a little bit more chibi, and then the right one is a little bit more proportionate. Very subtle, but it's there. I can make it even more. Even more obvious, but uh it's not an obvious thing. It's not an obvious thing. I just like I saw it. Cuz for example, right? The left one is a much more proportionate. Like if you think about it, obviously right now the eye's a little bit bigger than the way usually I make it. And you can also notice won't stand down. Oh, let me turn this down a little bit. The usually you want to go with the gap between the eyes, uh, the eyes here, right? This is the top of the eyeball, or like the eye shape to the top of the hairline, right? And I guess sometimes you can take a look at the brows, eyebrow kind of thing. Like when you notice, it's a lot more obvious when you notice that the eyebrows and the hairline gap is very short compared to like, I wouldn't say short, but it's like, you know what I mean? Because realistically, we're talking about realism at this point. It doesn't work that way. That's why a lot of people in the manga or anime style will make the eyes a little bit lower in the favor of bigger gap between the hairline and the eyes is a little bit more obvious. But what we can do is also the other way around, is to make the gap between the top of the hair and the bottom of the hair closer. Obviously not extremely close, but something like this. Right. I'm stronger. Stand down. And then now you can like feel a little bit more depth to it in terms of like it's a lot more obvious in this now. Not necessarily, but like I said, this is more of a like my art style ish issue. One stand down. Yup. Then you give them a ponytail and you still have an aircraft carrier of a forehead. Yeah. Mm. I mean, if you look at a lot of people that have a big forehead, right? They usually have like fucking, let's say this is their eyebrows, right? And then they'll have like a fucking hairline around this big, like, and then this is their hair. You know what I mean? like the more short hairstyle ish. You know what I'm talking about? Like this big ass forehead. I don't know. But yeah. In the anime it's kind of more like big forehead is more of a like a character traits. Because they're so obvious when you draw them in this kind of hair and this kind of art style for some reason. Mm. I've become what I wanted. I've become. I've become. I got carried away. I forgot to draw that ear. Okay, maybe a bit more. Hmm. Boom. Hmm. Okay. Another thing to consider here is that because it's looking a little bit over that way, kind of want to make the thingy thing also kind of goes around here. Kind of like something like this instead. We don't want to make it too obvious. God, my fucking circling and this part is so bad. Hmm. I guess something like that. I don't know. Never really thought about this kind of hair design-ish before. So it's kind of a new thing for me as well. Ooh, Discord blocked a spammer on a Discord spammer before I noticed it. That's actually interesting. Never happened before. Thank you, Discord. They became smarter. That's good. That's good. Is it just me or Discord? Like spam messages has become more common recently. I don't know what the fuck happened. It's so annoying. Like there's so many groups out there that got like messages like a warning about those Discord DM spammer spamming some random shit. I can see that as well. It's like, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Okay, enough with this stuff. In the morning. Chill. Be chill. Be chill. Just enough. Dun, 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 dun. True. I don't know. I can say that it's easy to notice the difference between bots and not, but sometimes they're not that obvious either. So, yeah, it's not that common. I mean, it's not that rare to find friends that recently got hacked because of it and stuff like that. It's kind of weird though, but it happens way too often. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. But it is what it is. I want to see Katie force Rain to wear some cute clothes. Oh god. That's gonna be really, really interesting. It'll be really interesting. What even kind of clothes? Oh no. Oh no. My head is my brain is working its magic. Oh no. The fuck is this song? Okay, too spooky. There we go. Okay, I was just trying to do faces. Why am I doing a torso? Okay. God damn it. Focus, rat, focus. God damn. Let's make the canvas a little bit bigger. Leo in dress with bow? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Why? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck? Smart, I guess. Not sure if smart decision or not. Might be. Oh no. God, sometimes it annoys me that my chair keeps creaking around. I think I need a new chair. It looks so cute. Oh my god. In your head, it's always the Shmuel Leo. In my head, it's just the regular Leo. It's just like the Stolfo emote one. Like, what the fuck is this? You know? What's up, Hadian? Nice butt. What's up, Magma? Hmm. Okay, I like this. Kind of just chatting vibe. Magma cook. Nice cook. Try you guys a nice cock. Let's go, you got their shot. Mm. Man, I'm addicted to Rust again. every time, every time, I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to get into it.
What the runners consume before they race. Nothing cuss they fast capper.
Oh my fucking god, that's so bad. Jesus Christ. Took me a couple seconds. Fuck. Alright. uh Me and my friend found AK Blueprint and a lot of the other good stuff of Blueprint 20 minutes after wipe day. Nice. And that is why I don't want, not really want, I want to play Rust, but Rust is that game that you have to dedicate yourself into it. Well, I guess it depends on the server, I guess. Some server wipe in 1 week, some server wipe in 1 month. But, like, you know, bi-monthly and stuff like that. I'm not really into those kind of games right now. Because I don't wanna dedicate to it. Like right now I'm feeling a little bit variety. Like what if I want to play Rust today and then the next day I want to play something else? You know? Like that's why I'm not playing Rust right now. And Rust not really a game that you will play for one day and then that's it, you know what I mean? You can, but that's not really how you do it. You know what I mean? Your mom wipes when I unload her face. God damn it, Magma. Oh my god. God damn it, Saints. I've put Hitman on hold because of Russ? Yeah, exactly. Like, don't get me wrong. If you guys watch my fucking Russ stream back then, I involuntarily temporarily English stream for 24 hours because of Russ, because I got addicted. Like, you guys know me, I love the game. I love Russ. But I don't want to get addicted to it right now. Does that make sense? This is me controlling myself. Not really, but kinda. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't want to play a game that I need to dedicate myself into. Because we got a lot of games that we can switch out here and there right now. I need a game that have less dedication required. Oh, fuck me. Play Diablo when Diablo 4 comes. I'm gonna play. You don't expect me to play Diablo Immortal, come on. No Diablo Immortal? Of course not! It's an ass game. Main. No copyright music? Oh, you want me to listen to that right now? What is this? Session? Oh, I know Riot Game Session. Is this their new sessions? Whoa! Oh my god! Lucas! Oh shit. with the raid. Oh my god, this music goes fast. What do you call this kind of music? What? It's like a It's like Snail House vibe. I don't know what's the genre for it. Lucas with the raid. Bam, bam, bam. How you guys doing? What's up? How's your stream? How you doing? Cook S. Cook S. Oh, this is very anime. But we were listening to Riot Games' newest session, and I think the genre this time is this. Okay, Snail House genre. It's a bit pop. I remember it says something like bubbles. This is very. Was fun. Had some good hunts. Hell yeah. How about you guys? Chillin', chillin'. Was just drawing some random, practicing expression right now. I just finished this. And I'm kind of drawing another one. Feeling a little bit expressive practice today. Sounds like Uso. Osu, it's Osu, it's the other way around. Okay, apparently the genre is kawaii future bass. Alright. Interesting. So future bass is the one that's like a breakbeat-ish, but like not really. Like a slower pace. You know? A breakbeat. And then this kind of stuff is like kawaii stuff, because like kind of anime cute vibe going on. It's too cheerful. I did my little bit spices of emo-ness going on. Lisa, redeem when? Soon. Today I feel like I cannot draw, so that's why I'm just going for practice instead. Whenever I feel like I'm having an art block, I just go for practice. Man, for my birthday I went to Denmark. Too many bikes, man. What do you mean too many bikes? Like motorbikes? Isn't that cool? Sorry. Let's make it the same size because I want to kind of pair it in drawing. None. And that Lisa drawing thingy, I want to make it look super cool, like super cinematic. You know what I mean? Because I already have the imagery in my head. It should be really cool if I can make it work. Dude, Denmark isn't even a real country. Whoa! Oh my god. Straight up metal bikes, more bikers than cars? The fuck is a metal bike? What term is that? A bike red. There's motorbike. There's bicycle. There's unibike. No, there's no unibike. You know, are we talking about motorbikes? Or are we talking about bicycle bikes? You know? Because I live in a country where motorbikes and bicycles are equally populated. A bike with a Megadeth sticker. A metal bike. Good one! What's up, Devos? Good to see you back. What's up? What's up? How you doing? I had the idea like around her hand there could be flames, and around Leo's nose there could be like blue flames. Ooh. Radu is also a non-hugger. What do you mean a non-hugger? I'm okay with hugs. I don't really hugs, but I've never seen a bicycle. Okay, I'm done. Fuck, this song makes me want to draw cute shit. God damn it. You're diverting my prog metal emo vibe to this magma. Dude, it's too cheerful. I can't. I'm not an emo, but like this is too many major notes. My brain is my brain is diabetes right now. It's too sweet. I don't mind it, but I'm not used to this shit. Holy shit. You don't have a hug comment? Yeah, I don't really have a lot of those kind of commander. Yup. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Never mind, it's bicycle. There you go. Hello, hello. That's a cute puggy. Draw my Phantom Pain Leo request. Oh my god. Calm down, calm down. I'm practicing shit today. Because I feel like shit drawing right now. I shit. Okay, what the fuck is this? Englando, where? Dude. Now I'm done with this music. Okay, you're the one who recommended, not me. But yeah, okay. Let's go back.
No, I do not wanna come down, Peepo Angie.
Say, thank you for the 100 bitsies. Okay. Got to it. This before life. Sunlight, begging you for this. Pa, 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 pa. Like a night, like a sea means it's over. It's over. As a dream to death, sing it loud, say fire, fire. I have forfeits for you, but they're all DMCA, not DMCA proof. Oh no. Monga Giga. Those are the scary ones. I need and nothing more, no more. I need and nothing more. Give it to me. Since you never sinking yourself. Don't look in shadows. That's not what you become. Man, DMCA ruins everything, Sag. I just wanna listen to some bangers with my friends. Why, man? Why? Dream. I need. There's nothing more. Oh, oh,
Fun fact, in the golden age of piracy, women were not allowed to be pirates, because it was considered bad luck, so the very few known female pirates were known to dress up as men. Basically the first recorded tomboys in history.
And that's how we know that Saiyans is into tomboys. No judge zone. No judging. uh... It's not really a bird. I don't judge, I don't judge. But I can see that. That's actually makes sense. Stop, show me, I need you. Can't stop, show me. Oh, don't you remember? Turn away, just leave away. I'm just so that lessons unbeliever. We will remember. Ah, shit, I want to pick up my guitar. Fuck! Not yet, not yet. We will remember. Say that nothing lasts forever. Bum 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 bum. I am judging, Monka Giga. Cease judging! Who asked? Who asked better than awkward? It's different concept, different usage concept. Hmm? The fuck? Chat, I'm hungry. Not really. I just need to numb on something. Oh, what is that? Who asked? Wait, is that the same cat as the awkward one? I think it's from the same video or something. Good. It's okay. We have Lily who asked now. We're good. We're good. Who? Who? Hmm. What? What? Eh? Oh, okay, never mind. Hmm. Hey, diebuck? Hmm. Okay. What is that? Your dad. Oh my god. That's fucked up. That's fucked up! Although at the same time, that does not work with emotes. Because, you know, a lot of time people just thought he just entered some empty symbols. So it wouldn't work that well, I feel like. That's so fucked up though, come on, man. Shiba. Why the fuck are pizzas on like promo at this hour? Like what the hell? I'm not gonna fucking order pizza at this hour. This shit. Give me some snackies, man. Oh. this is a good deal. Ah, shit. You know, I never had a Taco Bell in my life before, and they recently opened up the franchise here, like literally 2 months old. Is Taco Bell recommended? Is it good? Or me a pizza then? No. Not gonna get a Taco Bell right now, but just saying. Maybe it's good. Fuck Taco Bell. Whoa! Why so aggressive? I was just asking. Okay, why? Disgusting food? Really? Okay, I need to give it a try though still. Because I literally never had Taco Bell ever in my life. Because they're never a thing here. So I might as well give it a try. And see what's up. I don't know, maybe I will like it. Maybe not. We'll see. Last time I had it, I was scarred. Mm. I never really, I never really like dislike something that I'm never gonna eat it again. Like I dislike a lot of stuff, but you know, if I have to eat it, I'll eat it as long as it's edible. I'm very loose when it comes to food restriction. Can give me anything, I'll eat it. Probably. Except if it's papaya. Fuck papaya. Okay, that's too much. Alright. I'm getting tortilla. Dude. Alright. Let's continue the drawing. It's already 10 though. It's already 2 hours. Should we play guitar instead? Mmm. Oof. Ding, 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 ding. I feel like the eye's way too fucking big. The fuck? I've suggested even more. Ooh. Songs? Discord? Hell yeah. Let me check. Master of Puppets. You know what's funny? I just learned the song like 2 days ago. Just a little bit though. That I used to be able to play it way back then in high school. And I forgot about it. We could go back to it again. Their nacho cheese almost made me throw up. The fuck? The only thing I would get from them is normal cheese. Normal taco. Huh? Okay, what? Okay, that's gotta be really hard to convince me because I never rejected any cheese. Whether it's premium or cheap, I usually just eat them up. I like cheese. Any cheese. Any kind. Soft, thick, uh I don't fucking know. Melty, not melted. What the fuck do you the firm? Any kind. Maybe that's not cheese. Maybe that's not cheese, chicks. You sure you ate a cheese? Then again, I never ate a Taco Bell before. In fact, I never had taco, like legitimate taco, before. Since Mexican food is not a thing here. Obviously, I'm in fucking Indonesia. You expect me? There's like some quote unquote taco-ish like stuff, but like there never been like a legitimate tacos before. Hmm. I don't like. Okay, maybe. Osovo BB. What the fuck? Have you ever tried gyros? Gyros? The fuck is a what gyroscope? Hello? Gyros. Greek chicken gyros. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's like pronounced differently. It's like gyros, gyro, because it's yeah. The only gyros that I know is gyroscope. Oh, it is pronounced gyros. Is a food item of Greek origin made from meat cooked on a vertical rotisserie and served with wrap or stuffed in pita bread. It's like a variant of a kebab, but from Greek. Interesting. Or I guess taco. They kind of wrapped it like a taco. But the bread is a pita bread, which is very fucking thick. Better one made from sheep? Interesting. The thing is that I never had any Greek cuisine either. That shit is way far up the north compared to Indonesia. It's like there's no way their culture is somewhere near Indonesia. So yeah, I never had that before. Never seen them, never heard them. Looks delicious though, and I wish I can say that. I can, you know. Don't say what out loud. Huh? Okay, why do I not like this drawing right now? Something off, but I can tell. It's just Greek version of kebab? I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to offend anyone. Greeks won't be happy to hear that? I guess. I don't know. Does anyone Greeks here? I don't think so. No, but I feel like when your food culture is related to other cultures, that means just that the history is long back then. And it just makes you kind of fascinated, isn't it? When your food culture or any kind of culture is correlated with other countries, and you start thinking like, whoa, how does this country that is very far from this country have a very similar looking food? Do they have something like trading happening in the back then, like the fucking, I don't know, fucking 1600 or some shit like that? Like what happened? Like it makes you think, you know what I mean? Like the fact that Indonesia is very popular with kebab, but kebab is from Turkey, like somewhere in the fucking north and shit like that. Like, how the fuck does kebab gets to Indonesia in the first place? It's such a far place. Like, how the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, that always fascinates me. The way that food connects cultures from across the world sometimes. Foods are fucking amazing, man. I love food. We're gonna start another Greek-Turk war? Wait, Greek and Turkey are close? The fuck? I thought Greek and Turkey are like far. Greek. Where the fuck is Greek again? Where the fuck is Turkey again? Huh? Jesus Christ. raddtrap geographical skill back at it again. Greek. Okay, why can I not... Oh, it's Greece. Greece. Greece is below Bulgaria. So, what? What? That's where Greece is? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Before I see the map, I thought Greece is like somewhere north. Like near Germany. Or near fucking, I don't know, Netherlands, Poland. Like the north side of the EU. They're all the way south? What? That's crazy. My mind have just been blown. What? They're closest? They're next to Bulgaria? How? Wait, what? Wait, I thought... Are we talking about the Athene, Greece? The fucking Zeus Greece? Are we talking about those Greece? Wow. I I feel like I just heard that someone said Santa isn't real. What? Why is Greece over there? Okay, that's a dumb question. What? That's crazy. But the country. Huh? That's crazy. Wow. I'm not joking. My mind is blown away right now. Greece is next to Bulgaria and Turkey? What? That's Did she know that Egypt is on the border of Texas? Whoa. Okay. Cannot fucking. I'm not that dumb. Alright. I'm dumb, but I'm not fucking dumb. Alright? Chill. They moved Greece from Antarctica to there a year ago. Oh, that's why. Okay, that explains. Wow, okay, that's actually insane. My mind is exploded right now. Right, exploded. What the fuck? Now that you guys mention it, no wonder I never been able to spot Greece in the map. Cause I always thought it's up. Oh my god. I blame all the Greek mythology on the video games. Because they depicted the yeah. All right. Anyway. Oh my god. I want to take a look at the map from time to time. Yeah, I'm good. I don't like I don't like maps. I'm fine. The thing is that my country is not really like we never really take a look at the what do you call the region of the Greece area? Like what do you call those lower half, the south part of the yeah, what do you call those? What do they do to make you think it's next to Germany? I just thought like EU, like the whole Europe, Greece is like the top part of Europe for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Mediterranean. Okay, thank you. So Mediterranean is the Mediterranean Sea. It's a sea connected to the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by a Mediterranean basin, and almost completely enclosed by land. Whoa. So, so legitimately, there is Southern Europe. Like according to Google, Southern Europe. Oh, so Greece are part of South. I mean, obviously. Hold up, I need to imprint this in my brain right now. So Southern Europe's are Spain, Gibraltar, Greece, Italy, Southern France, which is like half of France, I guess, because France is so fucking huge. Portugal, Malta, Monaco, Bosnia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Turkey, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Romania, Serbia, and Slovenia. Okay. Vatican City. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Hmm. What the fuck is Gibraltar? It's a place? It's a map in Overwatch. Oh my god. Interesting. TIL. TIL. City of the southern end of Spain used to be Spanish, but is British. There you go. So in general, there is Northern Europe, Central Europe, and then Southern Europe. So the Northern are like the Scandinavia and Iceland, I guess. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and then the central one is like Germany, Poland, Austria, Czech, Belgium, Swiss, Hungary, Slovenia, Slovakia. What the fuck? Dude, EU are so big. It's really hard to understand sometimes. City at the southern. Wait, I already read that. So okay, so Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey. Those are like the bottom part of EU, essentially, right? Ha. So da na. Damn, Turkey's big. It's literally the smallest continent, but we do have a lot of countries, yeah. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Someone who live in Indonesia. Like, if you just open up the map, Indonesia, it's literally a bunch of fucking islands. It's like, size-wise, Indonesia, I guess in the map, is as wide as the Europe. You know what I mean? It's really confusing sometimes to understand. So this geographic shit. Oh my god. My brain just got fried, my duty. My brain just gone. It has left the building. Bum, 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 I'm hungry, dude. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. God, I hate geography. My brain. Ole. Just melted. Oh, I know what's going on here. The only country that matters is the US. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Beep beep beep. Die of cream. That's better. Oh my god. This angle is very hard to make. Why she look like Korone? The fuck? If I zoom in, she kind of looks like Korone. It's so weird. Jenny! Oh, water. You're right. Here you go. How you doing? Hello, Red. Hello. Wait, 1K followers. Congrats. Thank you. It happens a while ago, but yeah. Thank you. Didn't really market anything. Yeah, for anything. Honestly, I just like Ooh. Beak. Beak. I was the 1,000th follower. Trust me, I know. I wish I could like actually know who is the 1,000th follower. I just like randomly Discord DM him. It's like, congratulations! Just like gotta scare the shit out of him out of nowhere. Just like block my account because he thought I'm like a fucking Discord bot. You've won! Fuck crazy! How is the sub? You can like track the how many sub thingy in terms of like listings. Kind of want to do that. How's the scary game? I want to watch, but I'm scared. It was good. I would say like it's medium, like in terms of like satisfaction right now. I didn't finish it. We are 4 hours in, I think. Let me see. It's one of those game that is like the build up is so slow that if I didn't stream, if I didn't play the game for the sake of horror game on stream, I'd probably already drop in the first 1 hour. But thankfully, I stayed because somewhere in the middle, 4 hours in, it gets better. But yeah, the pacing is very slow. And honestly, it's not that scary compared to other horror games that we've played in the channel. Like Visage is something a game like that in terms of like realistic, uh, semi-realistic scenario, where it's like you're in a house kind of thing, and you kind of trying to unsolve the mystery of like what's happening. Oh, hold up. A second, let me get this line. Okay. Alright, my food's actually here. What the fuck? Just a minute ago, I thought it was like outside. Okay, why the fuck does this looks like Korone so much? What did I do? Is it just me, chat? It's so weird looking at it. The fuck? Is it the eyes and the mouth? Is it this? Like, right now, if I'm not zooming out and I told you I'm drawing Korone, a lot of people probably believe. But look at this. The fuck? Let me get my food real quick. I'm right back. I'm back. Dinner time. Oof. Oh shit. I finally eat good. What's for dinner? It's some basic kebab. Nothing fancy. It's like one of those, you know, beef with some veggies, tomato. Uh, I don't, I don't know what it's called. What those called in English. Some green stuff. We're eating healthy today because I didn't feel good this morning. So we're eating good. We're eating healthy. I think I ate something wrong yesterday, I swear. I didn't feel good at all. It's so shit. Alright, we can watch some videos until while I'm eating. You guys get some React Andy shit? Because I do have some, actually. Whoa! Vsauce uploaded! Oh my god! 40 minutes ago! Yo, it's been 8 months since his last upload. Oh my god. Alright, we gotta watch this. 22 minutes as well. It's a pretty long video. What the hell, man? The last time I watched a Vsauce is like I was like 10 or something.
Wow, Vsauce uploaded, oh my god, 40 minutes ago. It has been a few months since he last updates.
Okay, why are you just repeating me? What's up, Wanson? How you doing? Hello. Welcome, welcome. I also wanted to watch the Channel 5 video of 4th of July. It's pretty short, so we can watch that first. It's only 5 minutes. I wanted to watch that during the 4th of July, but I forgot. So we can watch that. Hell yeah, brother. Oh my god, again? What? Oh. Channel 5? It's good content. You guys ready? Andrew, no. Andrew, no. NA people have so much content to be make fun of. Yeah, that is wrong. That is not on call. Eating right now. Eating. Now you get to see Americans blowing each other up by accident. Yes. Wow, fun. Alright. Gonna eat my food, and this is Channel 5, and the title is called 4th of July.
We in the city of Boston, the heart of Boston. There ain't no other city like this.
Ooh.
No other city compares. They ain't
Ooh.
do it like this. From the sports to the music, we bring a different energy to the city.
My grandfather came here, and now I just drink as much of the fuck as I want to in a beautiful goddamn country.
Why the fuck do I give a fuck about Britain and fucking the Queen and fuck them? I'm not from there.
We're done with dealing with people from a different country in a different part of the world telling us what to do.
That's not even like the important thing. The important thing is that you get to spend time with people that you love.
Aww.
As time goes on, we often disagree about what parts of history ought to be remembered.
And we forget that history never feels like history when you're living through it.
Fireworks, bitch! Boom, 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 boom!
Oh my god, it's so loud.
Oh! These fireworks are crazy. When they first started going off, one of them actually went and almost hit someone in the face.
That's scary.
But like, you know what?
What?
If you don't go out, you can't look back and say, wow, I lived that.
What?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Why are they hugging?
Not free. My footwear was ready for the rain, actually, and I changed out my sneakers into my sandals. That's what freedom's about.
Selfie time. It's selfie time. I love Russia, but I love America. Yeah. Which one's better?
So actually, was the first trans writer of the Constitution. It's a little known fact. You're welcome. I'm Molly Zeff, 37 years old, white,
Why are
Ashkenazi,
you
and I bought a
talking
hat.
about...
I feel sassier and more confident when I wear it.
What's that? It's chocolate cake.
Mmm. Oh, baby.
I'm out here with my pilgrims.
Oh.
I'm out here with my nigga son. Gave him
Okay.
meds and told him it was runts. Remember that.
This is
What?
actually really short for me. I got this up to 14 inches. I've had a mohawk for 7 years. This is the shortest it's been in 5 years.
Yo, your bitch bounced on my dick like a trampoline. She sucked my dick outside of Ruth Chris. Gave him meds and told him it was runts. Remember that. Fendi Benji. All platforms, Fendi Benji 1.
Can Yankee doodle?
Yes, he can.
If he didn't doodle, it wasn't doodle.
So without Yankee, there's no doodle.
Exactly.
Check us
What's
out,
a doodle?
saucylooks.com. Alcohol infused ice cream, boozy ice cream.
America! I like America because I like the books.
What's your favorite book?
John Milton. It's about when John Milton travels in Kingdom of Fantasy and becomes a knight and has weird adventures.
Oh.
Geronimo Stilton. Go America!
Geronimo Stilton, chat.
Cash App. The best way to send money
Oh
to
my God.
peers and receive money from peers without being taxed by King George.
Isn't Cash App a peer-to-peer money sending service?
No, it's actually way more than just that. New users can get a free $15 without the British putting their hand in your pocket.
By using code Channel 5.
Cash App!
America's a beautiful goddamn fucking country. We drink PBR. And I noticed all you guys are holding PBRs. Do you think I could have one? We don't have any more.
No!
You have no more. I kind of find that hard to believe. Bro, look. Literally all you guys all have PBRs and you have no more.
Where would we be hiding it?
Can I get a cigarette?
Definitely get a cigarette. I got you on a cigarette.
Let me get a cigarette.
The fuck is a P-bar?
CBS or some shit?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys got nothing to be proud of.
Oh my god, no, I need my fucking life.
No, don't take him away! No! He was having a
Americans
smoke.
are so ignorant.
Yo, my name is Marco Marinko. Fuck her right in the pussy. Even though the 4th is going on, this land is not for the free.
Oh.
We know that shit, right? We still know that there's some bullshit going on.
For sure.
Okay, so why are we still recording me?
It has nothing to do with what we look like. You a man, she's a female, you're a man, I'm a man. I don't care what color you are. It has nothing to do with race. They're liars. They didn't come over here and the Indians didn't help them cook shit. They killed them and took this country. That's what happened. You know who I like? What's his name? The son, the cool one. The one who's cool.
Huh?
The one who's married to Marcos. There you go. He's cool, but I don't believe in none of that crap.
Hairstyle is cool?
If I wasn't there to see it, I don't believe in it. What is it? What's the 4th of July?
Ooh. He's asking the real question there. What is the 4th of July, chat? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. Thank you, America. Thank you, Jix. Thank you. Alright, next one. Very long video. Not really, 22 minutes. But very important because this guy only uploads like twice a year. And we all know this Michael. Yes. I'm talking about Michael Vsauce.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here.
Woo!
At the age of 18, Carl Sagan looked like a teenager. But it doesn't take long in an old high school yearbook to find teenagers who look surprisingly old.
Whoa.
These people are all in their 20s, but so are these people. This is Elizabeth Taylor when she was just 17. And here are some high school students from the 70s. Did people used to look older? Brandon McCarthy asked on Twitter, and evidence poured in. People shared photos of their parents in their early 20s, their dad at 21.
That's 21?
Their mom at 18 or 19, their dad at 45. One user shared their husband at 27 and what his father looked like at 23. And there's pretty much an entire subculture around how old footballers looked decades ago. 24, 31, 33, 29, 27. It's not uncommon to think that there's something more grown up about the way people used to be, to look back and think that people seemed older at a younger age than they do now. Let's call it retrospective aging.
Ooh.
It doesn't happen to everyone. People do not and never have aged similarly. And there's even the opposite observation that kids these days grow up too fast.
True.
But it's a popular question and subject of numerous memes. So, is it real? Or is it an illusion fueled by cherry-picked examples that feeds rosy nostalgia for a time when people were tough and didn't have it as easy as you kids have it now? Well, as it turns out, both. Humans today really are aging more slowly than their historic counterparts.
The music.
Changes in lifestyle, nutrition, smoking habits, healthcare, early life conditions, and skincare, particularly the use of sunscreen, are a huge part of it. By comparing measures of metabolic, cardiovascular, inflammatory, kidney, liver, and lung function across time, researchers at Yale and USC have found that we are, in fact, staying younger for longer than we used to. So does that mean that 60 is the new 50? Almost. Their results suggest that between the early 90s and the late 2000s, 60 became the new 56. 40 became the new 37 and a half, and 20 became the new 19. Oh, also, during the last century, dentistry and orthodontics have played a huge cosmetic role in the kinds of faces we see in parts of the world. But, interestingly, when faces in magazines are measured from the 1930s to today, the only significant change has been that across all ethnicities, the media is now exposing us to larger lips. Also, retroactive aging can occur over short time spans. When I was a freshman, the seniors in my high school seemed so old to me. But by the time I was a senior myself, I looked in the mirror and at my peers and I was like,
man,
we're them now, but we don't seem as old as they did. What's going on isn't just about bodies. First of all, the seniors I looked at when I was a freshman truly were older than me at that time. They graduated and went away, and later, when I was a senior, I saw myself as I was. But in my mind's eye, I saw the earlier seniors as they appeared to me when I was younger.
Huh?
Retrospective aging seems to also be about perspective.
True.
Let's go back to this tweet. This is George Wendt playing Norm on the TV show Cheers. Now, when Cheers premiered, Wendt was indeed 34, but I looked it up, and this image is actually from episode 24 of season 5 when Wendt was 38. So we're not comparing apples to apples here. However, this is an image of George Wendt at 34, and Ashley Fairbanks made some alterations and a good point. However, here's the rub. These alterations don't make Wendt look more like a 34-year-old. They make him look more like a 34-year-old
now.
Today.
Yeah.
Similarly, giving the Golden Girls modern-day hairstyles and makeup drops their apparent age a lot.
Holy shit.
Superficial styles and mannerisms can often make not just a big difference, but all the difference, which supports the hypothesis that retrospective aging is often an illusion. Modes of self-expression are always changing. Clothing, hairstyles, accessories, makeup, mannerisms, language, body language. Now, modes can come back, but never exactly. The context is always a little bit different. And from what's available or acceptable at any one time, we each draw ways of appearing or being in the world. And even if you don't care about how you look or think about how you act, what options you even have are dictated by what's currently popular,
the trend,
normal,
oh,
or
what's up,
being
Ben?
pushed on people like you.
Few
of us stay at the stream, drawing what's new all our lives. For various reasons, we often wander away with our catch. Perhaps it's because we settle into an identity we're comfortable with, or fear the taboo of not dressing our age, or simply run out of time to care. But when we're gone, the stream keeps changing, and we get older and continue to use the mannerisms and styles we grabbed a while back. Eventually, to whatever those styles initially evoked, a new connotation is added. Old person.
Ooh.
Not because the look or behavior is intrinsically for the elderly, but
way
because
they
those who
act.
use it, us, became old ourselves.
Yeah.
If you want to look older, what do? Well, you can dress the way older people dress. And the thing is, that's often how they used to dress too. We think people looked older in the past because they look the way old people do today. Dale Irby, a gym teacher at Prestonwood Elementary School in Dallas, Texas, posed for his first yearbook photo in 1973.
Okay.
The following year, he accidentally wore the same outfit again. He says he was embarrassed at first, but his wife Kathy challenged him to do it again. So he did. And he never stopped. What he gave us is a great, exaggerated example of how what once connoted youth comes to be associated with old age. The people we keep seeing a style on get older and older themselves until we think of the style
this is a
itself
good
as
idea.
being for old people. Retrospective aging, then, is double-pronged, both
I should
real
do that.
and illusory. People in the past really did age faster than us because of differences in nutrition and lifestyle and medicine, but much, if not most, can be chalked up to the fact that we think people like this are dressed like old people. But that's an anachronism. They're dressed like old people from the future, the old people they would become. Has anyone ever dressed like a young person from the future? Well, it happened in 1941 at the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in Canada.
Time traveler.
A crowd came out to celebrate and photos were taken. In 2010, the photos were digitized and placed online. That's when this guy was noticed. A time-traveling hipster. Why a time traveler wouldn't bother to blend in, and why, with all of history to visit, he chose the reopening of a bridge in the 40s, no one knew. The photo was confirmed to be undoctored, and researchers put forward the idea that this man was not, in fact, a time traveler. That his shirt wasn't an ironic screen print, but simply bore the logo of the Montreal Maroons, a nearby hockey team at the time. They said his sunglasses and knit sweater were not unusual for the 40s, nor was his portable camera. The only thing that was unusual about him was how casual his attire was. And they're probably right. But this all raises the exciting possibility that someone out there right now, possibly even you, is unknowingly dressed like people in the future will. Ooh. And your appearance in photos will someday freak them out. You know, it might be fun to start dressing even more casually or in some other odd way on the off chance that you happen to nail it and years from now you are worshipped as a time traveler. Oh, that reminds me of today's sponsor. Oh, hi, I'm Michael Stevens. Would you like to look like you're from the future? Well, every season, those who subscribe to Vsauce's Curiosity Box receive a box full of delicious brain food that we have made that very few people have.
Wait.
Yet.
Ooh,
this
what?
year, our summer box contains our Moire illusion cards, a bunch of other things I won't spoil, and this, a Pythagorean cup. Supposedly invented by Pythagoras himself, it is widely considered the earliest known practical joke. It works just like a normal cup. Fill it up, carry it around, take a drink. Refreshing. But it punishes greed. If you pour yourself too much, the internal siphon will drain the entire contents. Greed is good, more like greed is wet. A portion of all proceeds from the Vsauce Curiosity Box go directly to Alzheimer's research. So this box isn't just good for your brain, it's good for everyone's brain. And we've got a special treat for you. While supplies last,
that's nice.
If you subscribe to the Curiosity Box, you can choose a bundle of some of our favorite items from past boxes that we will throw in for free, just pay shipping. What? If you're not subscribed yet, I'm ready for you, with open arms and open neurons. Wow.
Wow.
Whoa!
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Who's that guy? Does he look like a Bill, a Mark, a Justin, or a Josh? Pause right now if you'd like to think about it.
That looked very fucking creepy, first of all. Looks like if I'm fucking picture that the artists from the police draw to identify the fucking suspect, but that is definitely a Justin or a Josh? Kind of Justin, kind of Justin-y. Yeah, a little more Justin-y. Maybe Josh, but
according to research from Millsaps College and Miami University, this is Mark.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Or
I was
at
wrong.
least this is what we think people named Mark look like. By asking people to make and rate digitally created faces, researchers were able to put together prototypical faces for a number of different names. This is apparently what we think a Josh looks like.
Huh?
A Bill, a Justin, a Dan, a Brian, a Tom, an Andy. The idea that names might conjure certain...
These are not these names. These are nightmares. Holy fuck.
face shapes in our minds isn't that strange. For example, there's Wolfgang Kohler's famous finding that when asked which of these shapes is named Booba and which is named Kiki, people of all...
This is easy. This is Booba and then this is Kiki because Kiki sounds sharp. Kiki. And then Booba sounds bubbly. Booba. But this is not Booba. Booba is the one that I draw. Get it?
All different ages and cultures and languages overwhelmingly assign Kiki to the spiky one and Booba to the blobby one. And sure enough, it certainly seems to work with names too. Which one of these men is Tim and which is Bob?
Easy. Tim, Bob.
Well, almost unanimously people feel like this is Tim and this is Bob. But are these men actually named Tim and Bob? Well, there's the rub. Just because we associate certain names, certain sounds with certain shapes doesn't mean we're right.
True.
There's no such thing as a biological name. If a person still goes by the same name they were given as a baby, long before anyone knew what they would look like as an adult, well, surely there won't be a connection.
Mm-hmm.
But as it turns out,
there is.
There is. Believe it or not, in a multiple choice setting, people can guess a stranger's name just by looking at their face. More often than we would expect from luck alone. It's called the face name matching effect. Here's a stimulus from Zwebner's research. Do you think this man is named Jacob, Dan, Joseph, or Nathaniel?
Joseph.
By just randomly picking a name, people should get this right 25% of the time. But Zwebner found...
Okay, 25% is basically times 4, which is the option, like 25% correct. And a 4... I mean, come on, Michael. Really?
People should get this right 25% of the time.
All right.
But Zwebner found that people picked the correct answer, Dan, nearly 40% of the time. What's going on? Can names actually cause us to grow to look a certain way? Well, apparently they can.
What?
It has been called a Dorian Gray effect. In Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, a portrait of the protagonist ages and grotesquely reflects his evil deeds while he himself remains young and pure-looking. In a similar way, it seems that in some cases, our own appearance can come to reflect the name we were given.
What?
But I kind of think it's really more of a reverse Dorian Gray effect. I mean, in the book, Dorian's reality affects the appearance of his portrait, but the face name matching effect goes the other way. An inanimate sign, a name, influences our actual physical appearance. Well, anyway, it's not news that a person's name can lead others to have certain expectations of them and treat them accordingly. It's been found, for example, that multiracial faces given European names are rated as looking more European than the same faces are when presented with non-European names. The expectations a name carries with it may create a self-fulfilling prophecy, whereby as a person grows up, they're motivated to fulfill those expectations, carry themselves in ways people think someone with their name should, and even like, dislike, accentuate, hide, use, and avoid different parts of their face and body depending on whether or not those parts match their name. It's been found that faces and names that match are emotionally liked more than faces and names that don't. Analysis of voting data has shown that senatorial candidates earn 10% more votes when their names fit their faces very well than when they fit very poorly. Now, with that in mind, part of the effect could literally come from the fact that although parents don't know what their kid will look like as an adult, the parents do know what they look like, and without knowing it, tend to prefer names that match their faces, which are likely to resemble their child's face as well. But not always. If the dissonance is too great, a person can always change their name, either completely or by simply choosing a nickname. If I had been just a little bit different, I, Michael, could have always gone by Mike. The fact that people can adjust their names to fit them, of course, merely strengthens the face name matching effect. By studying whether the correct name could be guessed when different parts of a face were occluded, researchers were able to develop heat maps showing which parts of the face different names are most characteristically associated with. Apparently, looking like an Anne is all about the tip of the nose. It's the bridge of the nose for Arthurs and the philtrum or snot trough for Benjamins. Aurelies are recognized by their face spiders. Let's go back to old people. How old is an old person? 73.7. That's according to results published in the Journal of American Geriatrics last year. It's the average age people gave when asked, when does old age begin? People under 65 on average said 71, and people over 65 on average said 77. Women said old age began 3 years later than men did. White people said it began 8 years later than non-whites did, and people who felt healthy placed old age later in life than those who felt less healthy.
Makes sense.
But how old do people want to be?
Ooh.
Well, that depends on how old they already are. In America, the only people who are the age they would like to be are 21-year-olds. People younger than 21 wish they were older, and people older than 21 wish they were younger. People who are 40 wish they were 30, people who are 60 wish they were 40, and people who are 90 wish they were 60. When people are asked if they could be one age forever, the average American picks 36, which is actually how old I am right now, funny enough.
Ooh.
Here's something else that's funny. Old people are more likely to think they dream in black and white.
Huh?
Not because it's part of the aging process, but because they are veterans of the great black and white dream epidemic of the 20th century.
Oh, the media.
Prior to the 1900s, Aristotle, Descartes, Freud, everyone who wrote about the topic reported that dreams contained color. But as humanity moved into the 20th century,
because of the TV,
the number of people reporting color in their dreams dropped just as quickly as the popularity of new black and white movies and TV rose.
See?
By the 60s, as color TV and movies became more and more common, reports of colored dreams started going back up. And today,
There's a
people
correlation
who grew up
of
with black and white
what
TV
we see every day.
continue to report more black and white dreams than those who didn't. And later studies across China found the same thing. The frequency of black and white dreaming correlated strongly with how common black and white TV was in a person's area. So, did black and white movies and TV literally change our dreams? Well, first of all, it's not clear whether dreams themselves actually changed or if people just started
the way we
thinking
perceive it.
differently about their dreams. We're trying, but we still haven't found a way to get direct access to dream content.
That's really hard.
Eric Switchable has pointed out that as far as we know, dreams may not be in color or black and white, or sepia or anything. They may be primarily indeterminate in color as they happen, and only later, during recall, do we confabulate details about color. He compares dreaming to reading. Is a novel in color or black and white?
It's none.
As you read a story,
We
what
imagine
do you
it.
see in your mind? It might be the case that dreams, vaporous as they are something we simply have a terrible grip on, and that movies and TV shows have given us the illusion of understanding them. In fact, Switchable has speculated that smells and touch sensations are rare in dreams today, but future people with smelly, touchy-feely VR shows might think that they dream with lots of textures and odors and find it strange, maybe even frightening, that few of us seem to. But why would we think that dreams were like moving pictures and not normal waking life? Well, no one knows. It might be that motion pictures are just simply the closest thing we have to dreaming that isn't dreaming.
True.
Unlike still images, paintings, photographs, tapestries, motion pictures and dreams can contain movement and narrative and cause and effect.
Relatable.
And unlike stage plays or real life, motion pictures and dreams are not made of anything that is even remotely similar to what they depict. They're both made of phantoms. Images are uncanny things. A person in an image is frozen in time, but yet can seem to grow old. Our own image can depend on what we are called, and they're the closest thing we have to what our mind does when we're away. Do you get the picture? Or does the picture get you? And as always, Thanks for watching.
What, already end? What? Oh shit, this is jamming. Ooh. Radiohead vibe. Okay. Interesting. Well, we started the video talking about why people looks older, and then he ended the video talking about dreams and how we visualize dream. The way he connected those two topics into something relatable to each other is very fucking cool. The fuck? Man. Michael Vsauce back at it again. Never fail to deliver. Never fail to deliver, honestly. See you in 6 months, I know, right? But honestly, I am glad Vsauce is a thing. I feel like Vsauce is like that channel that is very... It's like one of the most entertaining way to learn something. You know what I mean? It's really cool. Well, okay, hold up. Can we know what's the music for the ending? Doesn't tell. Does this guy realize how much this generation needs people like him? Dude, honestly, Michael is a fucking godsend. I swear to God. Like, sure, he doesn't deliver exactly the educational thing that you learn at school specifically, but his videos, whenever after you watch his videos, it always makes you feel like, I wonder what's this about. Like, you want to get to know about the things he explained deeper later on. It's really cool. I'll go for a ride. See you later. Okay. Have a good one, Jigs. Send me pictures later. Bye-bye. Hold up. I got your links. Although, obviously, some of them I cannot show. Like the Slipknot one, that is definitely DMCA, unfortunately. The Who. And then Caramella Girls. Although the Caramella is a cover. I think I can show that one. The Slipknot, as much as I want to watch that, because I fucking love Slipknot, I don't think I can show that one. Blame DMCA man, not me. Different browser, not VOD? Oh, I guess I can do that. Hold up. I gotta was loud. Eish, fitta. I hear something. Bongga giga. What's that? Do you guys see that? My God. What's that? Oh!
I'm killing you. I don't care about anything else. I don't give a shit about anything else.
Okay, that was good. Our new session soundtrack. Yes! We'll listen to it earlier. Not really my thing. So, it's alright. It's not the chill one. But it's alright. It's pretty cool. How you doing, by the way, Gara? What's up? Give me a sec, be right back. Oh, okay. Let me check out Saint's video first.
Hey everyone, Garbage here.
Oh, Garbage.
Recently, I've been feeling like there's something off about Valorant. I'm not saying the game is bad, it's a decent game, but whenever I play, I'm left with this feeling of uncanniness that I can't seem to shake, and I think it has a lot to do with the maps. The visual design of the maps is very striking. They're clean, they're angular, there's a lot of little details, they look great. But the deeper you look into how they're built, you begin to realize that nothing makes sense. For example, in Fracture, there's this area marked scientific research, and you think, oh, that's interesting, and so you go in there, but all you end up seeing is this little conference room with a table and then some plants in the walls before it takes you back outside, and you're left wondering, well, where's the scientific research? Where's the labs? Another example is on Split from A Site Heaven. If you need to get to B, you can take this rope down into this lower level and immediately take another rope back up to the same level you were on before and continue on to B. But who in their right mind would build something like this? It's so impractical to have to go down one level only to immediately go back up again. Why isn't this all just one level? Of course, we know the reason why. It's for the sake of competition. Those ropes are there to make it a little bit trickier to rotate from A to B. These maps, while dressed up to look somewhat believable, are really just virtual arenas purpose-built for the sake of 5v5 competition. A building that is practical for actual human use and habitation may not make for the most competitive map. In fact, many real-life locations were built specifically to give one group of people an unfair advantage over another. And so certain liberties need to be taken in order to maintain competitive integrity, even if it does result in some nonsensical architecture. Every game has to deal with this problem, and a lot of them try their best to cover it up with good art direction. And Battlefield 1 being a great example of a game where the maps are visually stunning and believable while also maintaining a semblance of fairness. But for some reason, it doesn't work as well with Valorant. Like, look at this door. It looks like it's painted on the wall. It's like a facade at an amusement park. Or this thing. What in the world is this? Ultimately, it's not that big a deal. The game is still a decent game, despite the maps being a bit odd. But yeah, it is a little bit cursed, isn't it? Let me know in the comments if you've ever felt this way about Valorant or any other game. Like, subscribe, and bell. Links to my Twitter and everything else down below.
I mean, it's not wrong. Even compared to the most closest thing you can compare the game with, which is CSGO. CSGO is still better in terms of like making a map looks or feels natural, is because Valorant they care less about how realistic the feeling of the map is. They are I think their goal is very competitive. They're just gonna go straight forward to it, focus on the map shape, and then paint it later, kind of thing. So, that's cool. I don't know how safe this is. Let me check that off stream real quick. Oh, okay, yeah, let's not. That is so... I can see the curve. Jesus. Who's the artist? I need to know. Oh, come on. The fact that they should have linked the artist. Looks so nice. I'm just gonna... just gonna do that. Alright. Reference. Okay. Alright. Next video. Listen, an artist gotta do what he gotta do. Alright? So artist works. I know that manga. Dead Man's Wreck. It's a very different MASH animation. It's very Looney Tunes. Jesus. Hey, Mickey Mouse reference. Bongga giga. Whoa! Oh, hello. Oh, Booba! Oh no. Oh my god. Mugman, stop! Holy shit. Bunch of anime reference. Oh shit! Why does he look so sinister? The fuck? Okay. That's pretty cool. Very different than the usual Cuphead. Alright, noise video. Next one. Alright, let me see. No license. Fuck you. Yeah, I have to change this to muted VOD. Sorry, VOD watcher. Just these 3 videos. No, I already rewrote it. Shinoyoni. Who the fuck yawn on Evangelion? There's copyrighted. It's the actual song. Mm. Oh my god. Why? Why? Whoa, editing. It's a jammer though. Okay. Mm. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, it could be a school project and stuff. Because there's a lot of students here. The whole song? Oh my god. No wonder it's really get copyrighted. Not even the anime, the anime intro. It's a jammer though. Too much? Enough video? Where they have 8 videos in queue. Last one. This is the last one. No more. Oh. Ooh. What the fuck? So referencing the ending. Omedetou gozaimasu. Omedetou gozaimasu. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations.
I'm not a weeb. I'm not a weeb.
Whoa.
I watch one anime here, one anime. I'm not a weeb.
Sains with a gifted sub to Aquila TTV. God damn. This is also Sain's first ever gift in this channel. Insane. Thank you so much, man. You don't have to, but thank you so much. Appreciate it, much love. And enjoy the gifted sub, the sub emotes, Aquila. Thank you. Wait, what anime? Senpai? What the fuck? I have no idea what he said. That's English. Perfect sub alert for Saints. Exactly, Zweep. Thank you once again for the gift of sub. Much love. Please remove TTV from my name. Thanks. Wait, can you just change it? Oh, Bunny Girl Senpai. Oh my god. I haven't watched the show. Alright, next one. Slipknot Sick drum cover. Oh, Sick is a really nice song. Oh! Okay. Oh! Let's go. Yo, nice Pikachu drum set, by the way. Oh my god. That triples. Ooh. Oh my. That is clean. Oh. Oh my. Jesus. The rhythm is on point. Hello? Dude, what? Oh. Hard. Let's go. You know, I love the fact that she have a fucking kick drum cam. You know, it's an actual drummers. I love to see those cams. Let's fucking go. What the fuck? It's been a while since the last time I listened to watched some like drum covers. Kind of remind me of like a Coop drummer or who's the other drummer YouTuber that I watch? I forgot. Coop drummer stuff is also hard. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have seen Coop drummers. Because he's kind of like one of those viral YouTuber, a drum YouTuber. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Fuck you. Okay. Next one. Hello. Jung 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 jung. Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many drummer YouTuber now. Well, no shit. What the fuck? 2 years ago, Nightmare Avenged Sevenfold? Hold up, I need to see this. Yeah, I haven't heard of Avenged Sevenfold for years. Tarn Soft Whip. Oh! Oh. Oh, fuck yeah. Woo! Fuck. Oh. Comes to life. Notice the kick drum cam? Fuck yeah. Last one. I like to watch a lot of drum video cover. I wanna learn drum, but you need a lot of room for that. Oh! The kick drum! Let's go! Nightmare, yeah. Oh, it's your fucking nightmare. Oof. More drums. Oof. I love the kick drums in the song. You want to know everybody to fear. Your tragic fate is looking so clear, yeah. Ooh, it's your fucking nightmare. I love to play Avenged Sevenfold in high school. It's really a flashback listening to this. And it's not even an old cover. This is like 2019. Someone still listen to Avenged Sevenfold. Fuck yeah. Mm. Mm. Ugh. No one to call, everybody to fear. Your tragic fate is looking so clear, yeah. Ooh, it's your fucking nightmare. Oh my fucking god, bruh. That's such a good song. Alright, next video. The Who, Black Thunder. Like how their name is The Who. Some like you can, if it's just pronunciation, you can mix it up with the British band The Who. Zahoo. Oh. Okay. Oh, you guys know this one? I only know the English The Who. I never heard of this one. It's really cool. Part 1. It's long as a song. Whoa! Mongolian throat? Oh, wait, is this a Mongol metal band? then I've heard it, but I never really looked them up. If that makes sense. Oh, this guy's popular because of the metal throat singing thingy. I guess, if I don't mix that up. What's up, Gaming? Ooh. Okay. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna turn it up. Oh, that voice. How do you do that? That's so cool. What the fuck is that? What up, Raku? What the fuck is that? That's so cool. It's getting loud. Okay. Hmm. Ole. It's like I got the old school heavy rock. Heavy, not heavy metal vibe. God damn. I haven't heard those kind of metal for so long. There's not a single juku 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 juku. There's like a very ding ding da ding 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 da ding ding. That's actually really cool. Good shit, good shit. God damn. I'm a their most listened song called Wolf Totem. Let's hear it real quick. Oh, you linked the video. Okay, might as well. What the fuck? Wait, they got Jacoby Shaddix? The fuck? Okay. Oh my god. When is this? What the fuck? What is this, 2005? Holy shit. Mm. Bam 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 bam. Okay, let's listen to the other one. Holy shit. Okay, this VOD's probably gonna get muted. So sorry, VOD watcher. It's the fucking bangers, bruh. Oh. Oh, the alert fucked. Matthew Camper. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. The fuck? The music video have a fucking film? Okay. This is music video. Okay. Get excited. Whoa! Okay. Oh. Very folkish. Which is, I mean, obvious. Okay, the subtitle. What the fuck is that guitar, though? It's like their traditional instrument. This one. I'm assuming these are like their older songs. That's one thing that I noticed. They didn't use any modern instrument at all in this one. Except the drum, I guess. But the guitar-ish, the violin-ish, is like their Mongolian traditional instrument. Morin Kur. Gotcha. Oh, it's just a fiddle that he play strumming. I guess the fiddle can be played in a strumming way. Interesting. So it can be strummed or it can be bowed. Interesting. Yeah. Whoa! It's a horse sound fiddle. Or bowing, sorry. Oh, man. Dude, that is so cool. I wish I can do that. Like, you have to do a certain thing. Make that throat voice. Like if you don't do it properly, it kind of hurts actually. Kind of push your throat down further than, you know. Music guy horse sound, yes. I don't fucking know. What does a horse sound and music have anything to do? Put my cock in your mouth, huh? It's metal scream but lower? I don't think it's same as metal, because the metal scream, like the classic, you know, the usual metal scream is like it's like Batman sound, basically Batman voice. But the way he do it's kind of like it's using the normal, huh? Okay, okay. let's not do it. I think I'm gonna fucking. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's not do that. Alright. Next one. Go. Enough with the songs. Enough. We still have 6 other videos we haven't go through. What the fuck is this? Got any illegal drugs in your garage? Huh? What the huh?
No illegal drugs in my property.
Hello, sweetheart.
Okay. Alright. Huh? Wait, what? Virgil's chair, oh god. Oh shit! Tornado producing storm damages house. What's gonna happen here? Why is this called Virgil's chair? No! How? What? Oh my god, dude, I keep forgetting Virgil's used this fucking cheap ass Asia chair, plastic chair thingy. Holy fuck. I still have no idea why the fuck Virgil have that chair in the game. It's so fucking out of context. Is that what demons use in hell? Like, what the fuck is the context? I need to know. Oh my fucking god. Good one. Good one. Alright, next one. Oh, Ling. There you go. A Giga Chair. This one is Millie Bing Millie in Shadowverse Buddy System. Oh no, Millie in Shadowverse.
Hi, welcome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Tell
you.
us a little bit about yourself. What are you excited about?
Oh, hello everyone. My name is Millie Parfait from Nijisanji's third wave Etheria. Yeah, I'm in third wave.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm excited. Playing Shadowverse.
Brand friendly mode, Millie.
That's all.
You stop working.
I'm not the smartest one in the crowd here. I don't know why they put me. I think I'm the comedic relief.
Exactly.
Do you know the chips called Jagger Rico? It's pretty good. Let me talk.
Configuration. Actually, it just happened to you in round one, and then this is what's.
Dude, Millie's really. Millie's a card
And then
gamer.
play like whatever you draw.
Do you know do you know what these nuts joke, or do you know what the cookies are? Sorry, I was wondering. Just wondering. Oh, he's muted already. Baby, you're a fire.
It has been an incredible run. Let's talk to the champions here.
I quoted you earlier. You wrote in this document, right? You said, quote unquote, Millie has already shown off her elite top deck skills during practice. I'm sure we'll get to see it again during the tournament. And we did. So that first game we were making jokes because that's literally all you wrote, and that is exactly what happened. So I gotta ask you, Millie, what did you do? What were the steps that you took to top deck like a god?
What's a top deck? Yeah, follow Millie's hat if you want to watch it. Follow, subscribe. Meow.
Listen. That is the only. There's a reason Millie is the only VTuber that I keep up with. Because, holy shit, I resonate with her. I feel like there's someone out there that is like me out there, you know what I mean? I don't feel alone when I watch Millie. Feels nice. Feels nice. Alright, next video. Puss trailer. What is this? Warning, this game contains flashing graphics that potentially trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Player discretion is advised.
This game contains flashing graphics to
Oh my. Oh, this game. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Huh? Oh. That's a cat purr, by the way. I can hear it. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen the gameplay, and that is fucking sick. What the fuck? I've seen this game pop up in the Steam store here and there, but I never really... My brain just exploded. Holy shit. Nice. It has cats. Add to cart. It has cats. I'll play it. Yeah, it's too easy. I'll play it. I don't care if it's good or bad. It has cats. All right, next one. Oh, I've seen this one. I've seen this one. I'm not a cat. Lawyer gets stuck on a Zoom kitten filter during court case. Oh no.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings.
Oh no.
You might want to take
We're
a look.
trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I can see that. I think
no.
if you click the up arrow next to this.
I'm not a cat. Why does it sound like it's about to cry, man? It's like fits the, the cat filter.
I can see that. I think if you click the
He's
up
holding.
arrow next.
This guy is holding. This guy's Pepe laughing at the top. Oh my god, good video. Ah, shit. Alright, and that was it. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Alright, chat to renew. It is time. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is time! Oh, shit. Leaked. I'm about to buy a game. Leaked credit card info. It is time! Oh my god, dude. The nacho is so good, by the way. Holy. This nacho. Kebab. Why did I say nacho? Oh, we were talking about Taco Bell. I forgot. Okay, I only drew this. I didn't finish this one. And this. Not really much. Not like a practice. Took a little bit too long. Supposed to do some poses and stuff. What should we play today, chat? I actually have no plan. I was thinking about continuing the horror game, but I don't think so. Since it's Monday, I cannot play horror game on Monday night. I cannot. The neighbor's gonna fucking bang down my door. Should we play? We could play some... Wait, Gara, are you available or no? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Fuck. No, Gara. Wait, is he on Valorant? Gara! Yeah. I'm thinking about playing some shooter. We could play some shooter. We could. Actually, let's check out Steam. Is there anything interesting on Steam? I finished Cyberpunk yesterday. I only have video now. Nice. Now I can talk about Cyberpunk not only with me, but also Saints. Which is his dream is to make out with Jason, Johnny Silverhand. Yeah, big fan. Yo, Gara, what you doing? You got busy? You got busy? The cruise sticks. Oh, it's the same sale. Should I pick up Mafia? It's currently $15. I could. I don't know if I want to start Mafia right now, at least. Oh, Haven is on sale. I wanted to pick it up back then. I kept forgetting this game exists after we tried the beta. Maybe I should just buy it. Okay. Why the fuck's WRC7's $1? Jesus Christ, down bad. Maybe like 30 minutes or so. It's an open world and story. I don't know if you'll ever finish it. The thing is that I finished Mafia 2 and I fucking love it. And that's the only Mafia that I played. I never played Mafia 3 because I heard it's subpar anyway, it's like mixed. And Mafia 1 is the latest one that got released because it got remastered. Mafia 2 is fucking good, by the way. Like, good. Extremely good. Whoa. Plastic duck simulator? The fuck is this? Have you done the Perales questline? Basically the most important conspiracy of the game. Oh my god. There we go again. Buffer? Oh no, my internet. Someone's downloading porn again.
Be cute. Be happy. Float around without a care in the world. You have nothing to do. You are a placid plastic duck. The placid plastic ducks are made in Italy from 100% polymers obtained from Mediterranean plants. Okay. Explore and collect a curated selection of billions of small rubber ducks of all colors, shapes, and forms. In the bathtub, in the pool, in the sea, you will do nothing but pleasantly float. Forget the problems of everyday life and relax just like a real placid plastic duck.
You sure there's no catch? The fuck? Huh? Huh. Interesting. There's a decent, quite decent amount of different endings. I need answers. Yes, there is. I think there's like 3 main endings, but apart from that, not much going on. Honestly, Mafia 3 is meh. You need to play 1. Yeah, that's my thought. Chat, by the way, refresh the stream. The game is good now. Okay, pitch your game. Oh, pitch your game is trending again? Okay, let's see what this is. This is a good hashtag on Twitter. You twisted my arm, squirrel with a gun. Alright, I mean... What the fuck? Oh my god. Who? Alright. Can anyone fund this? Like, right now? What the fuck? Was that so good? That is a fine investment indeed. Holy shit. Dad, where can I give your money towards this? I don't know. I never thought I'd get this far. What the fuck? He should invest on that. He should make that into a game. What the look at that. It's actually fucking dope. God damn. My man, my man. Oh, wait, this is a VR game? What's this? A new anime VR game? Wait, every time I open the Steam, it drops. Have anything to do with that? Ruins Magus. No, internet, come on. Fuck, why is my internet so dog shit today? Ooh, JRPG in VR? Oh, that's sick. Interesting. Ooh, hello. Free demo. Might as well. Not gonna try it right now. I'm not gonna hop on VR right now. But we could try that in the future. Okay, downloading anything right now is bad. I'm gonna pause that. Dude, my internet is so bad right now. Mods, fix the internet, please. Thank you. control is on top seller? That's weird. Oh my god, another hentai. Okay. What can I play with this internet? This is right now my internet is kind of bleh. It's really bad. Oh my god. Ba ba da da ba da ba ba da ba da ba da da ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da. VR Kanojo. No, I think any VR game is a bad idea to play right now. I guess we can try this game that I have no idea what is it about, but it seems pretty interesting. Gloria de los Desplazados. Yeah, I have no idea what this game is, but let's check it out. Well, it's not like I don't have any idea. I know, like, you know, I do have some idea, but not really. But kinda. I don't know. You guys will figure it out. Alright, first game. I think this game won't be a problem with this bitrate. I hope. The name of the game is Undetected. That is loud as fuck, holy shit. Jesus Christ. Okay, frame rate, let's make it 144. VSync off, window full screen. Alright, sure. So, purely based on the description of this is inspired by Metal Gear Solid, the PS1 specifically. So let's check it out. If you like the Japanese stealth action games, stealth enjoyer, and enhanced difficulty for stealth fans, the recommended way to play. Enemies has enhanced vision, Mexican extreme. If you're gonna learn this game over and you save gets deleted. Jesus Christ. I guess let's play Stealth Enjoyer, the recommended way to play. On our first time. Oh my fucking god. Okay, Yucatan, Mexico. Accelerated climate change has left most of the USA uninhabitable. 8 years ago, the President of the United States executed Directive 51 to lead a mass exodus to southern lands. The Mexican government has accepted millions of American refugees and created a new joint country, the Mexican-American Federation, or MAF. Semicorp, a private security corporation, runs the country with an iron fist. They have displaced both refugees and Mexicans, relocating them around the country. A revolutionary group, who call themselves Los Desplazados, has formed in the jungle of Yucatan. Gloria, leader of the Los Desplazados, believe Semicorp is trying to capture an important power station in this area. She has gathered a group of her carnales to sneak into the station and found out more. That's loud. That's loud. That's really loud. That's really loud. Jesus Christ. I am gonna lower the volume. El Clasico. Oh no! I clicked the screen and it can't. Ah, fuck off. Okay. What the fuck? Whoa. Okay, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be played with a controller. All right. Okay, now the audio is too low. What the fuck is this? Snakes. Ooh, the first person. Okay, that's kind of cool. You can interact with the light switch to turn it on and off. You can also shoot it. Nice. Okay. Awesome. All right. I'm in. Middle key. Oh wait. Undetected. No copyright issue here. Oh shit. Hide in the shadow. You're only visible if you stand under artificial light. Okay. Alright, oh, alright, I press main menu. Okay, come on. I mean, I thought you can actually... Okay, I forget we had a rubber bullet. Okay, I want to take that. Oh, shit. Sponge bullet. Can knock out enemy after 2 hits. Alright, we need that. The fuck? Nice. Can I not? Okay, I don't think I can. What happened? Okay. Fuck! Come on, man. I thought I could... Alright, this is harder than I thought. I found the traitor. Okay. Shh. Watch this. Ah, shit. I only have 3 bullets! Come on, man! Hey, mister. I tried to speed run it. Wait, this is a fucking life. What a piece of crap. Oh my fucking god. That does not make sense. That does not make sense. Okay. Heal, use batteries. explosive tap. That's not what I meant to do. Enemy sighted. Fuck me! I don't remember Metal Gear's this hard. The fuck?
The lights are failing. Alert, alert.
I fucking hate this game. Why, man?
Someone's messing with the lights.
Okay, speedrun, speedrun.
I must be going crazy.
Huh?
I heard something. Footprints. Weird.
Alright. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. You go away, dude. Go away. Oh, fuck. Check out this first. Huh? Okay, wait, what? Wait, where are we going? Okay. This one can lead into item and the other goodies now go back to the previous area. The fuck, that was it? Oh shit.
It's the enemy.
You'll never catch me alive, Spider-Man.
Just attacked. Stay alert.
Fuck. I forgot about the first-person view. What? Okay. Never mind, I'm good. Again? Okay. Oh, come on. That's how he's gonna move? Actually, a success. It was a game trail? Yeah, I did. It's like a drug. And it's in my cart. Rescue your friends to increase your max health, max batteries, or to collect new cards. Oh shit, friends.
Rad plus stealth equals Pepe agony.
Shut the fuck up, dude. This is my main game. I am known for my stealth game. Oh, the music's different. Activate armor? Go shoot at you, activate your armor for an easier escape. What? Okay. Look at this smooth ass. Yeah. It's crazy, right? They never saw it coming.
Someone messing with me.
Fuck.
I swear I heard something. I think somebody's messing with me.
Somebody, I mess with your mom, lol. Shit. Oh, you know there's grass there. Okay, I think we're good. You need to just turn on 3 energy generator force. Okay.
Rat touching grass?
Shut the fuck up. Okay, I cannot read that. Your MGS5 GZ stealth was top notch. Exactly, right? See? Told you guys. I'm good at stealth game. So this is Iron Cock Heart. Yes. Iron Cock. Hmm. 3 pathways for 3 generators. Classic. The fuck, I cannot see through the trees? Cool. Tactical maneuver. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna use the left side. Yeah. Good job. Thank you, sir. Holy shit, look at how tactical that is. Oh fuck. That was so close. God damn. Oh shit. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, top.
Sound the alarm!
Shut!
Vision compromised. My eyes.
Ah! Okay, come on. That was bad timing, man. Redo. Huyo! Huyo! I think I'm safe here. Yeah. Nice. Ah. El Clásico. Oh, that was so close.
Boss, you killed a child. Amazing, that right there is why you're the best, boss.
Enemy sighted. I can't see. Vision compromised.
I did that on purpose to save time. That's right. You guys probably didn't notice. Metal Gear. I think we're good. I did turn off the 3. What? Oh shit. Huh? Did I not turn off 3 generators? The fuck is this game about? I turned off 3 generators, didn't I? Huh? Did I forget one?
Did I leave the stove on?
Huh?
What a piece of crap. Must be the wind. Someone's messing with the lights.
Must be the wind.
Nothing.
Oh, it's this one. Okay. Now I only turn off 2, huh?
Someone messing with me. Weird. Exercise extreme caution.
Holy shit! That was That was dumb. That was dumb as fuck. Fuck! I got away. Fuck me, dude. Hey, Fita, I didn't mean to.
I found the traitor.
My eyes. What a dumbass.
I can't see.
The fuck? Wait, did they never go undetected? That's so dumb. That is actually kind of dumb. Ha, okay, bro.
Mission code, I can't see. My eyes. Hey, you. I can't see.
My eyes. I can't see.
Stay alert. He must be close. Enemy escaped.
Let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about.
Someone messing with me. I swear I heard something. What a piece of crap. I must be going crazy.
You are, man, you are.
I found the traitor.
I hate this game. 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 Dude, doesn't make sense.
It's the enemy.
Okay, what even? How the fuck did he see me through the wall? Where am I supposed to hide here? Doesn't make sense. I bet he sees me through the wall. Faux show, faux show.
What a piece of crap. I think somebody's messing. Someone's messing with the lights.
Okay.
Must be the wind.
Must be the wind.
The lights are failing. I swear I heard something. Someone messing with me. Nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go from here instead. Holy. Okay. Oh my god, finally did. Holy. If I had to redo that one more fucking time, I I swear to God. Hey! Oh, fuck, come on. I thought we gotta fight some boss or some shit. That was it? Alright. Fair enough. That was just a demo. Alright. Not bad, not bad. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. Next game. I think it should be the last game since it's already 1 AM. The fuck? We dragged it out. We react Andy for 2 hours. Well, almost 2 hours. Sorry. To be fair, we did get some really cool videos though. That's sick. That's sick. Alright. See if this is on. Hey? I guess it's this. I'm not sure. Alright, next game. My internet just got back to normal. I was actually about to play some other games that have like a bit more HD graphics, but the internet was bad, so I kind of played the more basic graphics. Tower Princess. Princess. One sec. Yo, Arknight wallpaper user is really cool. I don't really know the character. I just like the art, so I kind of stick with it. Although Raku did mention it for me, I forgot his name or her name, Calcit or something. I do like the design though. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool, mate. Pretty cool. Alright. A game that default the master volume on 50. What a fucking Chad. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Oh shit, they do have PS4 shit. Let's fucking go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Good devs, good devs. Calcit. It's an interesting name. What possible of acts of main character? Ooh. An evil dragon kidnapped all the princesses of every known kingdom. Ah! Gentle knight, time to get ready to be rescued. Be fair to fight if you want to rescue a princess. To earn her heart. That's the princess that I'm saving? The fuck? Hello. A kobold princess? Wooden kobold. Welcome to Dragon's Castle, gentle knight. You're the first to come here alone. Are you prepared enough to board the challenge ahead? If you are, for the evil dragon has kidnapped the royal heir of every known kingdom, and only hero like you can defeat him. But they're no regular nobles. Their lineage has the secrets of their kingdom's magic, and without the magic, their crowns would be hollow. Who? Ew, motion blur. Can I disable that? Oh no, is it natively on? Jesus Christ. Why? Oh my god, that's so bad. Basic.